best announcement of the whole day. It's Melissa.
You're not supposed to introduce me.
Head forward.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 3 of GUADEC. Thank you guys that are here in person. A couple of announcements. For those of you that are here, dinner this evening is at 7 p.m. I know there was some confusion, but it's 7 p.m. at the McCurry Hotel. I don't know where that is, I apologize, but it's not too far away. The other thing is that we've had some questions. The AGM is open to all attendees, so please, you are all welcome there. And last but not least, after the AGM, we are going to take a group photo for those of you who have the blue or yellow badges and neck, what are these called? Lanyards, thank you. And so please join us on the stairs afterwards. And without further ado, Rob McQueen.
Thank you, Melissa. And thanks to you all for coming first thing and choosing me over the Vanilla Rest talk, my mysterious, abstracted talk. So just a little brief introduction. So I'm currently the president of the GNOME Foundation. I'm also the CEO of the NSRS Foundation, which is a non-profit. We have this mission, the whole world empowered, vision rather, but the idea is that by giving access to technology, we can help to build skills and provide the tools that people need to join the modern economy. I gave a version of this talk, or let's say a version of this talk 4 years ago in Thessaloniki, and there's an evolution of the ideas here, but I think that the underlying principle is very similar. So I spoke about the principle of disruption, or more specifically, disruptive innovation. And this is Clayton Christensen, who unfortunately recently passed away, but he wrote 2 books that really kind of, when the Silicon Valley companies talk about disruption, it's like cats but on roller skates, or this kind of thing. They are referring to this idea that a kind of small and scrappy company can find basically a break in the armor and come up with an idea that will transform an industry that can really open up a new market where all of the existing players thought there was no market. There was no technology step that could really change what they were currently doing. They were all sorted. Or those people, they don't have any money. They don't pay for anything. There's no reason for us to stop selling like these big things to these big people. We don't need these little people here. So yeah, the kind of nub of this is that successful and outstanding companies can do everything right and yet still lose their market leadership or even fail completely as new unexpected competitors rise and take over the market. So how can a big giant company that's very successful and has huge supply chains and customers get that completely wrong and end up in a situation where some kind of scrappy startup has just completely eaten their breakfast and they didn't even realize? And there's a sort of causal chain here, but it's essentially a selection bias, right? Your channels and your customers and your market research will all bias towards the users or the customers that you already have. So you can hear what they need, and you can make accommodations and make incremental changes to your product and better serve the customers and the markets and the channels you already have. And we've actually observed this a lot in Endless. I've gone into meetings with PC manufacturers, and I've said there are 1 billion people in the world who could buy a computer if you made it better for them. And like, no, our current strategy is to add blue neon LEDs into our top tier gaming PC, and then we're going to have 3 GPUs and a fan the size of a house, because the margin is much better on these systems, and that's what our market research tells us, that's what the gamers want. And so the channels that you have, the way that you assess your markets and the markets that you have, everyone in that process gives you the information about the existing customers you have. So tweaking your current product to meet those needs is much easier than it is to come in and say, right, from scratch, I've gone and said, these people need this product, I'm going to invent this market, and I'm going to meet their needs. This happens in the GNOME community as well. When we send out a survey about how to use GNOME, then the people who respond to it are probably the people who are already active in using, advocating, and developing GNOME, because they're the ones who read Planet, and they're the ones who read This Week in GNOME. There are presumably, well, there are millions of GNOME users who don't read Planet and don't read This Week in GNOME. And the other thing is that as companies get bigger, then their kind of fixed costs and inefficiencies and their way of working, like we have this factory or we have these partnership network, we run this massive events every year with thousands of salespeople coming, that all of these costs accumulate as a company gets larger and as it serves a larger market. So you kind of skip over the small opportunities. So we don't do that. That's small and it's not going to make us a lot of money. But we do this big expensive thing here and we get the big expensive clients and we land the big deals. So they kind of discount and step over the small things as a distraction that doesn't have the same kind of profit margin. So you kind of have this circular feeling that I can always sell more and make more money with the customers I currently have. And going after these small customers that I don't know much about them, but they don't seem to have very much money, so I'm just going to ignore them. But this leaves you vulnerable in two different ways. So the first way is just a simple cost disruption, so low-end disruption. And it's this idea that a company that has a very different structure to you can show up with a kind of scrappy product that's cheaper to make, but meets the same market. So in some way, it kind of does everything that the customers need, but because they're doing it in a different way, it could be new technology, it could be a more efficient company, they basically just do what you do, but they do it much cheaper. And then suddenly, you can find the bottom of your market sort of disappearing as people kind of go from the big, glitzy, expensive thing to the, well, this is cheap and it does what we need. That one's kind of obvious. Like a small company, that if a company is more efficient, then it should beat the big, kind of bloated, inefficient one. The precondition for that is that the cost structure of the disruptor is lower. The other one is kind of where Endless has been focusing. And it's this idea that there are audiences that are underserved or not served by the existing products. And you can find, you can find new customers for similar products if it meets a need of those particular users that aren't currently consumers. They don't currently have the current products, they don't use desktop computers, but if we make a desktop computer indispensable in a certain way, then it doesn't matter necessarily whether it supports Active Directory or cloud synchronization or something, but if it does do that one thing that makes it uniquely valuable for those users, then we might be able to open a market which the current companies are not examining. So I probably just mangled the words there because it's a little early in the morning. I've got myself coffee instead of water. But so the investment of the existing companies would be towards this sustaining innovation. So their existing channels, their existing products, they get the incremental feedback and they invest their engineering or development or marketing is all to do with sustaining. It's the products we currently have and about optimizing them to go to more customers or meet more customer needs and basically get people more tied into the existing stuff. On this new axis here, where you look at markets that are not currently served, non-consumers or people who aren't using the existing product, then you don't actually need to invest as much at keeping up with all of the features and having every single checklist item and compatibility with every peripheral or printer or piece of software or whatever. You can actually say, as long as this really provides value to this audience that doesn't currently have an option, then you're able to invest in this new innovation that is not ever going to be met by people following this curve over here. So you need an underserved market or a market that's unable to access existing solutions. So Endless has really focused over our now 10, 11 years as a startup and then as a non-profit in these two areas of device affordability, and how can we run desktop computing on lower end devices and make them more affordable with financing, and how can we make just the concept of desktop computing more usable and more robust for people that don't have broadband internet. They can't afford it, it's not in their town, a variety of reasons. So that's kind of one axis of where do new users come from, where do new desktop computer users come from, with people who could have one, but there's something that's holding them back. So this is the traditional, Endless has gone to a community that really lacks the devices. These are very inexpensive ECS laptops. It's a Taiwanese manufacturer. Anyone who buys millions of computers and puts them into schools in the global south is probably buying them from this company because it's kind of like the logical successor to a classmate. So this is a low-cost device, something that large PC manufacturers like Asus doesn't try to make these because they make a few cents each time you sell one of these. But by taking a low-cost device and putting it in front of new audiences, you're serving an underserved audience. It doesn't have the latest GPU. You can't do OpenCL on this, but it is a lot more computer than you would otherwise have. And it's running Endless OS. It has this ability to work offline. A lot of content is preloaded. Well, that's not really what I'm here to talk about today. But I just have a sort of side observation. Now, we've given many talks over many years at many GUADECs, and we've talked about the need of people who don't have broadband internet, who don't have consistent connectivity. And I think logically, as a development community, we understand that. Like, we know, we've all been in the place where our roaming SIM didn't work, or the Wi-Fi didn't work, or on a flight, if it doesn't have Wi-Fi, you don't want to pay for it. There's always situations where we kind of lack internet. But empirically, we've been talking about this for probably close to 10 years. This isn't something that really motivates a lot of the GNOME community to think wow, I must engineer this in a way that works 100% completely offline. So it's kind of illustrative story of 3 encyclopedias. So the one over here on the right is the Endless Encyclopedia application, which I think at this point is 6-7 years old. And this is kind of what we come up with for providing encyclopedia hypertext content and embedding it into Endless OS. There are actually other encyclopedias available, some other FlatHub apps. This one in the middle is called Web Archives, and it's based off an open source project called Zim, or QX is basically the umbrella project, and they take Wikipedia content and they have a file format for taking it offline. We had all that at Endless, we turned it off and switched to the QX one. But this is a GTK3 application. It's from the community, and it's essentially someone who says human knowledge should be preserved on our computer in a way that allows us to access it when when the revolution comes, or if there's some kind of problem that being able to have everything that we need on one computer makes us more resilient as a society. Equally, that's not hugely well maintained. Probably no one's heard of it. I think it's quite a nice application, but it's called Web Archives. But the really actively maintained and very pretty Wikipedia viewer, GTK4, libadwaita, adaptable, all singing, all dancing, that requires the internet. So the active investment of this community and the development has gone into the version which presumes or assumes internet. And that's true of so many things that could really easily be made to work offline. So yeah, we've been singing this song. We're not going to stop singing this song because we know when we go and find the users that internet is a real issue for the people we're trying to introduce to personal computing and develop those skills. But yeah, if there is low-hanging fruit that can make your application work offline, there's a dictionary application on FlatHub. Great. It doesn't ship with other dictionaries. First thing it does, click, download the file, and then you can use it. I'm like, well, we can't ship that application because if you just put the dictionary in the Flatpak, then it will work. If you put the dictionary on the web server, then it won't work. And that's, probably a few hours patch. Put the file in an extension or something. Happy to help, right? There's another audience of people who don't have desktop computers. I would say I have one here, but Oscar's actually got a desktop computer, but that's because his dad's kind of weird. There's actually a lot more than one born every minute. There are 267 approximately children born every minute, thanks to Will for finding the number. And actually thinking about the relative merits of, do people really want to invest loads of time in making stuff work offline or fully offline? Or do people in the GNOME community possibly have children in their lives, or they are parents or guardians or uncles or aunts or cousins? Then maybe this is another note that we can sound. There's another audience of people who are not yet desktop computing users. And I think we as a community may have some shared interest in helping people become the right kind of computer users. So, do they get the Microsoft or Mac or Chromebook? Or could they get something that they can control and they can trust and it's not going to monitor them and it's going to give them opportunities to learn and discover how technology works and how they can control technology rather than be sort of passive consumers of technology. So yeah, this is my kind of humble suggestion, and the reason for this talk is that collectively as a community, we can sort of be mindful and we can take some steps that will make it easier to get GNOME in front of children. And, you know, it's this kind of cynical, get them when they're young, but I mean, true in some sense, right? It's a long game, sort of onboarding new contributors thing, but if we could do that, in 10 years' time, we can get some new contributors in GUADEC. This picture is actually the icon for the parental controls, kind of digital safety. And the reason this is here is because there's actually two audiences. And if you want to put a computer in front of a child, and Endless has found this, we have to sell to and we have to sell through. We have to sell to the child and we have to sell through the adult, the parent, the guardian, the teacher, whoever that is that's responsible for making that decision on behalf or together with the child. So, taking those in turn, start with the child, right? Actually, I'll go forward one slide. So we have this product we've been working on in Endless, and we're launching it this year. And it's an offline content application, and it's designed to provide a safe and curated selection of curiosity-based content for middle schoolers in the US. So, I mean, 9 through 13 kind of age group. And we observed, particularly in the pandemic, that millions of Chromebooks were sent out to learners across the US. And they kind of suck, right? If you don't have internet, which is true for, I think, 1 in 10 kids in the US, and depending on which district you're in, that could be as much as 1 in 3. You take them home and then they can't do anything. And we found by talking to these schools, they're actually very locked down. So the school has no incentive to take the risk of enabling any apps or websites that are not required for the core learning. So they'll have some curriculum service, they'll have Google Docs or Google Classroom, something like that, and that's it. And basically that, what was a PC, is then just completely disabled from doing anything that you could do with that processor or RAM or something. So that's sad in and of itself. You know, were I an American taxpayer, I'd be pretty upset about that. Or I should be. But the other thing is, it then provides this inequality for those children that don't have internet at home. Their classmates can go and browse, and they may have another device, or they can use the Chromebook to do stuff at home. And then the folks who don't have internet, they have a Chromebook, but it's essentially useless to them. So the idea of Endless Key is in that situation. What can we give to teachers that gives them something that they can trust? We've thought about it. We've put content in here that's good, it's safe. And what can we give to kids that gives them something that they can access at home? And so the app downloads content when you're at school. You can take it home. You can keep accessing. You can keep exploring. So we've been testing this with different partners, after-school clubs and youth centers and all kinds of things across the US. And we've been receiving first-hand feedback from the kids who use this application. And so we've seen, what is it that the kids care about? What is it that they want to see more of? They love videos. They love interactivity. So, storytelling, imagination, creativity. But the thing that they always love doing is anything that's interactive, anything where they are creating content, anything where they're engaged in a process. And that could be a game, and then you can spend hours playing a game, but it can also be something where you're building things, where you're drawing, where you're coding. All of those things are equally engaging if you present them in the right way, if it's fun and creative. And the other thing we found is to do with sharing and kind of showing off to each other, and I've created this and let's have a look at that, and they want to show the other children in their life, they want to show the adults in their life, like this is what they've done, this is what they've learned, or this is what they've created. So there are ways that we can think about building those features, or at least being aware of those features. The kind of sharing button is cool, right? Because then you can post a URL, you can easily show like I've created this and share it, or we can edit this together. Like those kind of features, I know from experience, are quite hard to implement, but anything that's to do with sharing or sort of co-creating or experiencing things together is just a really easy way for people to kind of share what they're enjoying. So yeah, that's this. And from my personal experience, as a kid with one PC, then there would be lots of people around one computer, and those games that let you take turns or let you kind of both hack on the same thing or whatever it was, those are the ones where we spent all of our time together. The other thing we found at Endless is we have a lot of sort of incumbent computing paradigms. I know Tobias talked about the Xerox PARC. Like, nothing has really changed since this kind of 1970s thing. So there's a 3-button mouse here. I think we've now kind of netted out on 2. But the thing when you reach first-time computer users, and this could be children or it could be adults, is that their preconceptions and the paradigms are quite different. And I think, we as we try to cater to a broader audience, then we have to kind of balance the kind of pros and cons of following a certain paradigm or following a different paradigm, or maybe just approaching it with fewer preconceptions about how interaction or how the UI might work. And the other thing here is that there's some sort of convergent evolution here, with GNOME Phone on one side and NSOS 5 on the other. There's a reason why NSOS 5 looks a lot like what GNOME Phone has turned into, and it's based on these preconceptions. So things like the way that the apps work, the way that the icons appear on the desktop. We used to have everything full screen, but it just didn't really work very well, so we stopped doing that. But that was something that we found in front of first-time computer users made the computer easier to understand and easier to interact with, because their preconceptions and their paradigms were based on touchscreen devices, one app at a time. The apps are there, you go between the app switcher and between the application. The other thing that's been extremely valuable, as I put GNOME in front of many children, these sort of touch adaptations and sort of touch-friendly or touch-capable UIs, massive difference. To do this with this immediacy and this interactivity and things that move around when you move your finger around, there's just one less layer of cognitive abstraction. So anything that we do to improve GNOME on phones or tablets or PCs that are sort of 2-in-1s that have a touch screen also makes it easier for children or other first-time users to just get their heads around GNOME. I mean, my children touch Netflix on the TV screen and wonder why it's not working, right? So anything that we do that makes stuff work better in those kind of hybrid environments, not at the expense of being able to do precision work with a mouse, but being able to say, well, there are different modalities of access here. And these kind of preconceptions and these paradigms that we have, from the Xerox PARC research in the 70s, they still stick with us, right? So this is a clickpad on a PC, which copies this Mac idea of there's one thing and I hit it, it's great. Except because these PCs are sold with Windows on them, they actually need to be able to manifest a right click. And so there's a little corner of the trackpad, about 10% of it down at the bottom right. When you click that, you get a right click. You know what? Children don't understand right clicking. And it's like, I clicked and it didn't work. What is this thing? It doesn't work. Daddy, help! We actually had a product we shipped in 2019. So the Hack laptop. So it's kind of GNOME-based, interactive, start learning digital skills. We actually had to put a quirk in our UDEV rules to switch off the right-click functionality, because people would contact the customer support like, oh, clicking doesn't work, or we'd watch children using it and they would actually trigger right-click and they wouldn't understand why they couldn't click. So, even this, which we probably all know what that does and we know not to click there, creates basically confusion, and it's broken for a different audience. And I think the other thing is these sort of considerations about preconceptions and how to engage with new computer users. They don't just apply to children. New computer users can come in any age, any shape, size, gender, ethnicity. We had an event that was financing laptops in Miami for small business owners. So they're borrowers from Grameen Microfinancing. They were all businesswomen who had their own businesses, and they were borrowing and paying back, and they were sort of economically successful and independent ladies running their companies. And they wanted to make their work more efficient and to get a computer and to be able to scale their businesses. They had never used a desktop computer before. So some of these things about, oh, well, what's your preconception about a touchscreen, and this kind of kids need everything to be big and colourful. Well, this lady also needed everything to be pretty straightforward and familiar from the perspective of her phone. So this doesn't mean kind of dumbing it down, because she's smart, she runs a business, she knows, has much life experience, but this is about just, I guess, checking our preconceptions when we make sort of, I guess, design or software decisions about what are people's experiences and what do they expect computers to do. So yeah, please think of the children, or any other new user. So the second person in the picture is the the adult, whoever's selecting how technology appears for the children. And that could be a school IT administrator, it could be a teacher, it could be someone running a youth club or code camp, parent, guardian, aunt, uncle, any of these things, grandparent. And actually, this is maybe an even sort of potentially more of an overlap for how GNOME could make computers that appeal more to families and to kids, is by also addressing the needs of those parents and what is it that they want to care about. We had a digital wellbeing hackfest. I think it was Cassidy and Alan and Philip and all. We looked at essentially, Endless was interested in parental controls. So this idea that not instead of supervising your child, but as a kind of safety fence, right? The computer can also help you and make sure that the wrong things aren't happening. That your child hasn't woken up at 5 a.m. and just played Minecraft for 2 hours because you were still asleep. So maybe a time limit on that would be handy. I really miss this feature. I would really love GNOME to have it. But actually, at that Hackfest, we kind of zoomed out from parental controls and had this umbrella idea of digital well-being. And this applies to so many different people. And this could be, having the work apps shut off at a certain time, or having the distractions shut off during working hours. It could be for, what's the maximum amount of time you want to spend on social media. All of these things can help people of all ages in terms of how they kind of set boundaries, either for themselves or for other people in their lives. So these controls help individuals to better engage with technology in the ways that they're hoping to achieve. It can also help parents and guardians set those same boundaries for the young people in their life. So we did a kind of first cut implementation of parental control stuff. We really, really want to get back to these things. This is like a massive deficiency in what GNOME has. And I think there's a kind of preconception that because most GNOME contributors and users are grown up, that we don't want these features. And actually, a whole bunch of people in Endless use all of these features for themselves on their other devices, and they're missing on GNOME. Or we have things like browser extensions that shut off certain websites at certain times. And so this is like something that is clearly going to help us position GNOME for parents and kids, but it also just makes GNOME better for all of us. Break timers, break reminders, go and use the restroom, do some jumping jacks, like all of those things, that needs to happen too. The other thing, which is kind of a pet topic of mine, because some of the existing solutions that parents or schools have to choose from are kind of lousy, right? So you pick a commercial provider, they have a DNS filtering list, and then if you hit any website with HSTS, then you get a scary browser warning. So you have to install a root certificate and hand over basically the entire digital security of your computer to your internet filtering provider. It's terrible. So we run on and control probably the OS, right? We could do better. So there's a really popular open source project around the Pi-hole internet filtering. Use a Raspberry Pi, install this. This is your local DNS server, which you can at least trust a lot more than some commercial third party. But that means they have a community that maintains block lists for all kinds of websites. That could be adult websites, that could be gambling, that could be advertising and tracking. We have a real way to make the internet better for people, and that's what they do. But they've done most of the work for us. It's a DNS mask for. DNS mask is supported by Network Manager. I mean, it seems like a good idea to me. And that could help someone with, ADHD. They keep getting up on the wrong pages, or they have a gambling problem, and they just don't want to see those parts of the internet. They don't want to be tracked or see adverts, or they're a parent that's concerned about what their child sees. So there are many diverse needs can be met, and one enabling technology can help, very many different audiences and needs on the desktop. And the other thing that we kind of didn't quite realize at the start, but actually the value of it has kind of shot up over time, is that this filtering the internet is one thing, but just not needing it is another thing. And in many cases, just because of the way that we build software, the way that we think about running software on a device in front of you and not just being a sort of dumb cloud terminal, a lot of what we build works a lot better without the internet. And so rather than sort of, wrestling the octopus and saying, okay, how do we make the internet safe? How do we filter? How do we play this cat and mouse game? What do we do and don't want to see? Do we trust YouTube Kids, but the kids want to watch this video, which Google didn't put in there? But, you can also just not have the internet. And we actually have probably the best desktop experience that works without the internet, because we have a lot more applications that run locally and they don't need to log in. You don't need a cloud account to launch LibreOffice, right? Whereas it's almost like becoming impossible now to even like install or set up Windows without creating a Microsoft account. So just the way that we kind of hold and approach computing software means that we can offer this kind of safety and trust that's not available in pretty much any other platform. That's something we can lean into. I mean, if the Encyclopedia app works without internet, then we can say, well, fine, just switch the internet off, right? We have these great games, we have these applications. There's a lot you can do on this computer and not worry about weirdos on the internet or YouTube kind of driving extremism or whatever it is, right? I don't think many other platforms have got this opportunity. So I think it's, the way that we do things actually puts us in a very strong position. And so the marginal lift of saying like, yeah, we've made this work offline, just makes it that much better for accessing new users. I mean, there's a long-standing partnership of NSOS Foundation with a non-profit called World Possible. They've actually been putting computers into corrections facilities in the US, so kind of juvenile detention or kids' prisons, basically. And that is thousands of children who've been able to get a computer, learn to code, do their own homework, play games, all of those things that they weren't allowed to do previously because all of the other technology required them to be online and to access these things, and then they didn't have the technical solution or indeed the incentive, right? They're like, we're going to put broadband into this prison and then filter it, and but actually coming up with something and say, just put this computer in, doesn't need any internet, and then those kids then have a completely different opportunity to learn new skills and to develop, and taught themselves how to code and gone on to get different jobs or worked in kind of volunteer centers and things. So this makes a real difference. Just having something that works without internet opens up new audiences and has the opportunity to change lives. And I think that's basically the main thing I wanted to say, is that there aren't massive, huge amounts of work here that we have to go off and make a kid's version of GNOME or something, but just by taking what we're doing and just thinking like a little 5% over here, a little 10% over here, we can end up with something that really strongly addresses the needs of the kids and the adults in their lives, and make a really compelling proposition for GNOME being a safe computer for your family, a safe computer for the kids in your class or whatever that is. And Endless is really keen on supporting this, right? So if you have ideas about, I want to go and do that, and I need a grant for that, or this is my idea or something, like we're trying to figure out the best way to do this. Should we run a contest? Should we do some bounties? Like, we'd like to support GNOME getting better at these things. And so if you have any ideas, please reach out. There's lots of Endless folks around for the whole weekend. I'm here today, so it would be just great to speak to anyone that's got some bright ideas. And that's me. Thank you very much. Any questions? Yeah.
Well, we've seen some really great successes with like the challenge that GNOME implemented a couple of years ago. So things like that have been really wonderful for the GNOME community. We'd love to see more of that going forward.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Maybe we should, do we need to...
Oh, yeah, sorry. So Melissa, who helped organize the Community Engagement Challenge, was very pleased with it. No. Yeah. Yes. But as a way to engage contributors in a certain topic, right? You could do kind of contests or mini grants or something. I think what Endless would want to look out for in that case is making sure that we make it specific to GNOME. So we set the parameters around, like, okay, we want people to come up with ideas and implement them in GNOME or for GNOME. I think the community engagement stuff, because some of it wasn't GNOME specific, some of that kind of happened outside, and I think we would want to see that happening in GNOME. So. Yeah, a contest is one idea, and maybe like mini grants or something. So we have like 10, 25K grants, or something. We're not sure. If you have great ideas about how could you be funded, or how would you like to be funded to work on some of the stuff that I've just rambled about, or anything adjacent or similar or equally justifiable, we're super interested to hear that. And yeah. Sam?
In terms of downloadable content,
In terms of downloadable content, like bundling things in Flatpak apps, are there any sort of technical limitations? Like, can we actually bundle the whole of Wikipedia in a Flatpak app and not break FlatHub?
He has to take it.
Oh yeah, and then you need the mic back.
You're more likely to break GNOME software than you are to break FlatHub. I mean, we actually have seen this because we have these endless applications that include, the giant Wikipedia multi-gigabyte file, and then we see those applications getting stuck and never completing the update. So we push the Wikipedia update, and then the Delta updates don't quite work, or the compression isn't reproducible, or something like this. So I think if you're kind of mindful about how you put the content together, you can probably avoid running into some of those things. Like I think the Linux CA sync stuff, where stuff just gets turned into chunks, that something like that probably will help it work a little bit better, or even having an option of downloading. So the application by default could just incrementally download and cache things, or you can explicitly say, if you grab this extension, then we will put the 5 gigabyte file there, and then you'll have the whole thing. Because then if you're pre-installing it like Endless, we can grab that extension and we can have a sort of batteries included version. That's Alan, I think.
I'll just...
Okay, I'll repeat.
Yeah, if you can. Yeah, from a design perspective, that was really interesting. The HIG covers a lot of aspects of inclusivity when it comes to design, and that's something that we do strive for, but I think age inclusivity isn't something that we've particularly addressed so far. So if there are particular observations that you have around different age groups that could be fed into our design guidelines, that'd be pretty cool. Like the right-click one makes a ton of sense to me, but I don't think it is covered by our guidelines at the moment, and that could easily be addressed. So,
Yeah. So just to summarize, Alan's saying that the HIG, the Human Interface Guidelines, from a design perspective, put a lot of focus on inclusivity in different ways of how design is made, but doesn't currently cover a lot of age inclusivity. And so the design team would be really open to feedback and ideas about how that can be done. For example, the right-click thing is maybe not covered, but that was quite interesting. Yes, we will continue to send Cassidy in your direction. Great, thank you very much.
everyone. So hi everyone. So today, thanks for joining my talk for building student communities to foster OSS. A bit about me. I'm Ritik Roy. I'm a CNCF ambassador and a final year undergrad. I also am a GitHub campus expert and I'm coming from Kolkata, India to present here this talk. So this talk will talk about how you can build a community. So who are the target audience for this talk? So there are a couple of people. First are students who are thinking to bring change in their communities. Secondly, industry professionals who are bringing students together and building a community. Secondly, there are a lot of faculties who want to build the culture in their university, so they are the third one. And next are the contributors who are wanting their projects to expand. So the question, why are communities required? Anyone? So a lot of people think it's because of the shared goals and ownership. That's how you start a community and sustain it. But if you are starting a student community, that might not be the case. This is where a lot of things go wrong, because a lot of people think that focusing on shared goals and ownership for a student community is the way to go. Then what is it? Shared struggle is the key, especially in the student communities. So when a lot of people are coming together in a professional environment, responsibilities and goals work together very well. But in student communities, shared struggle is the key, because a lot of students are coming new and they want to focus on expanding themselves in certain direction. So why shared problem is the key? First one is to build relationship. When you all are working together into a similar problem, into a similar direction, you form very close bonding with your fellow mates. Secondly, motivation. Everyone wants to expand themselves to a certain direction. When that is the goal, you focus on building a community where everyone is equally motivated to achieve that. And third one is real world impact. When you see your fellow mates getting something they always wanted to, getting into open source programs like GSOC, getting into internships, getting into freelancing gigs, it was very good to create that community where everything goes around. So there are shared struggles, but there are a few keys to always remember. First one is mutual respect. So if you are building a community, you should respect each other in a very certain way so that you can help each other to grow and have a very transparent relationship. Second is constructive criticism. So suppose you are working together, you should always support, as a lot of things are being done for the first time. So you should always support how you can collect together the information and build something. So criticism comes very handy over there, because you need to focus together on certain things and make good about that. Third is community initiatives. You should empower the students to start something on their own. So if you have the infrastructure, you should support them. Suppose someone wants to give a talk, or someone wants to help another students into getting into a program which they have already gotten into. So that is something you should allow and empower. Last is respect for time. Make sure you have everything sorted out when you are starting a student community, because students have to go through a lot. Like they have university assignments and a lot more things going on. So respect for the time is very important. Then with criticism, there is a bit about taking feedbacks. So feedbacks are very important in the student community, because there are a lot of students and there are a lot less resources. So someone wants to have something gone into that direction, but that is not always possible. So there is a clash between what you want and what the students want. So you need to find a sweet spot where all of your goals and responsibilities are aligning together to form a direction in which you want to head. That can be a bit tricky sometimes, because there are a lot of things going around, but as you keep on taking feedback and going through, you can find that soft spot very easily in a couple of months. This is one of my favorite quotes. The human heart is too grand to be wasted in the gutter of cultural exclusivity. So one of the things we forget is like students come from different backgrounds and they have their own experiences. So not to forget, for me, inclusive environments are very important. So I would like to share a story. So where I come from, there are a lot of people who speak a lot of languages, and a lot of people don't understand English. They understand them a bit, but not very clearly. So assessing contributors from various backgrounds is important, as in like you should have the resources to help people who want to learn easily. It is not always possible. Like for example, when I started, a lot of people were just fluent in Bengali and weren't able to understand English that well. So having resources like a bit of workshop in local languages is very empowering if you can show them what the world is like outside. This is something which is very absent because a lot of people don't get access to the internet or the resources at first. So when you start that, a lot of people can get into the following things and learn new things which will help them. Next is, like, suppose you have decided to build a community as a student leader and want to decide how to structure your goals for the next year. So how to do that? There are a lot of approaches. This is something I've seen for a couple of universities to work. For the first 1 month, you should evangelize tech with the help of a bit of events. Like a small workshop on introduction to GitHub will give them a lot of exposure on how to use GitHub and understand version control systems. Apart from that, you can have small workshops on how to deploy a simple static website, and then you can expand on that. As months go by, you are required to have contributors from your community who are taking leads in specific things. For us, it was like a couple of people started to decide that they want to create a blog. They want to get good at technical writing. As I was working with a couple of universities and couple of companies at that point as a technical writer, so it was very easy for me to help them and point them to the direction which they wanted to grow. And with that, there was a website built, so a lot of people learned about how HTML, CSS and front-end technologies work together, and they expanded on how to build projects. That was something very simple for them, for us as well, but as time grew on, they built better websites, they built better projects, and that's how they got into some good open source programs and some good projects. Next is, after 6 months, you think you might need some sponsorships and you might need some swags as well. That is quite important to keep the motivation going on. So for that, how you can do things. So there are a lot of programs where you can apply and make sure that aligns with your goals. So suppose you want to make sure your students are learning cloud computing or cloud native computing. So what to do is, like, you should apply for programs where they can get free credits, and after that you can also apply for programs where they get food sponsorship. There are programs like GitHub Campus Expert and other programs which can support you. And then after 6 to 9 months, you should push to create a small hackathon. It can be online, it can be offline, depending upon how your university infrastructure is. But apart from that, you should focus on how to do that, because that is a very good activity for people to come together. Last one is, in a year, you should expect your contributors to start helping other contributors. That should start a lot ago, but you should have your students to be in the leadership positions so that they can help other students and they can drive initiatives. So with time, we had different teams. We had a ML team, we had a web team in our community who were learning specific structural things, and they were building projects. Projects are important because that is a very good way to show that you are collaborative in an environment, and also how you can learn together and create together some specific problems which you are facing. Last one is indicator of success. So, like, how will you see that the community you are building is like working well? One of the ways is, like, you can see, like, as new students are coming in, like every year you will see a lot more students coming in your university with different backgrounds and different ideas. So you want to see, as students are learning, they also want to share their experiences. So empowering them to share that and do that is quite helpful, because first of all, you have steady stream of content and steady stream of knowledge being flown to students, which will help them to understand tech in different directions. Second is, you see students getting into the positions which they dreamt in 1 year ago. A lot of our college mates got into programs like LFX, GSOC and other, because they started to contribute and started to teach other students like how to get through and how to help with mentorship and guidance. Second is like the repetitive point, and fourth is like we started to host hackathons, and we started hackathon in our university community. So one of the things which we observed is like a lot of students were from outside, and the first prize was not won by our university team, it was won by another teams from different university. So a lot of students started to participate in different hackathons, which is state level or domestic level, and they were learning a lot new things, and they were bringing back that. That developed a very strong hackathon community, because a lot of students wanted to understand how does the workflow work, and they wanted to take part in that. So there was a sheer struggle. They wanted to become better at coding development, and they were quite amused by the prizes which are there, which is quite expected of students because they are new to the tech and they don't understand the vastness of it. And last one is like student taking initiatives. A few students came through and discussed how they can help other outside the university using some mentorship programs, and that was quite helpful. Next is future. So one of the things is like you will graduate as a student, and it is a bit hard to continue when you have a work to complete every day. So the thing is like you should always look out for leaders who want to help you out, and this can't be a sudden process. It is a very gradual process. People will start to take initiatives inside your community and understand how they are growing. So suppose someone is leading the app development team of a small project, and then they want to take on more responsibilities. They like the idea of going, sharing knowledge, learning feedback, getting feedbacks on how they can improve. So that is how you can find leaders inside your community who will continue the steps after you have graduated. This is very important to keep the loop running, and knowledge sharing and collaboration is the key for that. You should share knowledge that excites people, and that is one of the most important parts of a student community, because there is a lot of things to explore. You can't just go into one direction, and you need to find out what things you should focus on. So with that, knowledge sharing and collaboration is quite important. As you understand, people want to share something, and sometimes they are not empowered to do that because they might feel uncomfortable because of how they speak or because how they can present themselves. So supporting them is a very good investment in the future, because you will make sure the time you invested in your community will be keep going on. Couple of things to remember is like Oasis for our community. Like Oasis wasn't a sheer struggle. The sheer struggle was students looking to learn. So there were a lot of students who weren't even aware of Oasis. So our community didn't even start of how Oasis is. It started with a goal that you want to improve yourself, and you want to focus on stuff that will help you to be a better developer, document engineer, or better community engineer. So that is how stuff started. But then Oasis was a very good way for us to achieve all those three goals, because it was a collaborative environment which we were doing over there, and then people could show what work they were doing. This was quite important because we had a language barrier inside our university which was very strict, with different languages coming in, and as I told before, there was not so much communication going through English. So next is what organizations can learn using this. So one of the things organizations should learn is sometimes I've seen a lot of sponsorships coming through organizations who just want to promote their stuff, but this things goes a bit ahead. So this works is you should focus on how you can empower students. For example, we are sponsored by one of the cloud providers, and that was very helpful for us because we wanted students to learn cloud computing. This was done with help of all the resources they were giving us. So we had around $150 cloud credits per month per student. So with that, our students could learn how cloud computing was, and this was quite helpful for the organization as well, because they were helping the students at their early stages of career. So suppose if you are familiar with one cloud provider, this is a very good investment for the cloud computing company, is just because you will take that cloud computing knowledge of that provider into some different company, and maybe they can adopt it. So this is a long-term game which everyone is playing, and students are also benefiting using the long-term goal. And secondly, organizations as well. So building university communities can be a bit challenging, because there are a lot of factors, and one of those factors is like you have a lot of coordination going around teachers and faculty, because you want to make sure things go smoothly. Sometimes that doesn't go well. So I believe during COVID we have learned that hosting online events are also good. So while we host online events, if you want to reward your students, you can always give them some certificates and something like that, which will help them to understand and show their skills, so that they feel more confident about themselves. Next is, like, if someone has any questions. Yeah, please.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure maybe you told about it at the beginning. So I'm here because I'm a student and I'm exactly not in the university, not so far away from here. And the biggest issue we have found in so far is that university is supporting our idea in general, like we're doing a lot for in some students. But they're not giving us everything they want. And I'm not talking about publish or something. I'm talking about that we cannot just advertise ourselves. We cannot put a banner on wall that says, hey, we opened the club, here we are, we have meeting each Monday or something, come here. Because it's really hard. We need to go to the marketing department or something. Nobody knows where they are, how long it will take. So I will do it faster. And I would like to ask, maybe you have some ideas where and how we can advertise ourselves so that people will at least learn that we exist, because currently nobody knows about us.
Yeah, so your question was, yeah. So your question was like, you are supported from university to continue a club, but you are not getting promoted inside the university, because you can't put in banners and everything inside your university, right? So the approach is like, we had around around 16 classes throughout the 4 years of the university. And we didn't put a banner or anything, because we didn't have the infra and the budget to do that. So, you know, a lot of classes have someone who is very excited. They can be the class leader who can help you get into the class. So every class has a class group, I assume, where teachers share something, like, is that something, how it works here? Every class has some class group where students are active, like communicating with each other.
About student communication, it's very good.
Like, how do you communicate internally? I'm just curious.
Like, we have some student structures, but nobody knows about them also. Like, we have student parliament and everything, but nobody knows that they exist.
That is funny. So, like, people know you in your class, right? People are aware who you are inside your class. So one of the approaches we had is like, when I did my first event, it was 2 years back. It was a simple get and GitHub event. So we had only 13 or 14 attendees, and the thing was like, only 13 and 14 people were there, and we gave some of them certificates. So I was a Microsoft Learn Student Ambassador, and I had the access to give certificates with a Microsoft logo on it. So people were very excited about that, and they shared on socials, and they shared on their status that we got this certificate. So a lot more people joined next time when we were doing how to deploy a simple static web application using GitHub Pages. So that was how things started to roll out. Sometimes the participation was quite low, But as we grew, I think the numbers quite grew, and we then formed a Discord channel in which we were communicating. And as soon as new people joined the university, they were like, "Are you aware of this thing which is happening next week about cloud computing or something like that? So you should join it." Then new faces started to come into the community. So there was one single Discord channel where we used to communicate. It was not at first, so that was a way to get access to all the students. So when you start an event, you can add a link like join our Discord channel while you are signing up, and that helps. Like we also don't have the budget to put up banners across university to know stuff, and sometimes the thing is like we don't even get the infrastructure to host events. So we do online events on Teams or somewhere like that, and that works well because people are there for the knowledge, right? So online, offline events work, and when you get some budget and when we get the infra, we host some offline events with some pizzas in it, and it works quite well. Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah, please.
Yeah, so I would like to also add on to this, like answer his question.
Yeah.
So we face a similar challenge. Like we have a small club in our college related to software development, but no one knew about us. So one thing which we did is organize a small hackathon, and about that also no one knew. So we like 4-5 of us, my friends, we went to all the hostels. Like in India, we live in hostels. All college students live in hostels, and we gathered all the students around, and then we made some announcements like we are organizing these hackathons. We have this small prizes for you. It will be a beginning for your software development career, and like things will be awesome. Just join. And then a lot of students actually came, and we were really happy.
Yeah.
You can try that.
Yeah, you can start with events so that people know what is happening and then join to hackathons. That was the approach we followed. Like first we did some events so that people can know what is happening, because a lot of people don't have that background knowledge of tech when they join university, and that is very expected where I come from. So hosting events make people excited on what is happening and what is not, and then they get into the ecosystem and then they start contributing, and when there is a hackathon with prizes in it, people are excited like, yeah, we want to do this, we want to get some stickers and stuff. So yeah. Any more questions? Okay then. Thank you.
You survive. forget. You survive.
deal with that and all the things in between that. So a bit about me. I'm Ritik Roy. I'm coming from Kolkata, India here. I'm a CNCF ambassador. I'm in my final year right now. I'm a GitHub campus expert, and also this year I got a Google scholarship for my contributions in the community. So a bit about the target audience. So target audience is a bit varied. First one is the students who don't have powerful hardware, or if you know someone, so how they can access resources and how they can help themselves to learn the whole ecosystem. Second one is tech conferences where there are a lot of people who want to do demo but they don't have powerful hardware like AIML hardwares, so how they can deal with that thing. And then educators in university who want their students to learn some specific skills but they can't provide like they don't have a lot of capital expenditure budget, so that they can't provide hardware to everyone, so how they can rent hardware in the cloud. So let's talk about personal computing. Everyone right now needs a computer so that they can contribute, they can access media, they can learn new things, and we are just all around computers everywhere. So as a new student, what are their requirements when they enter the university? First one is they have need strong machines for workloads. So generally what I have seen is like a lot of students purchase a small laptop and they think that will go throughout if they don't have a budget. So the problem there is like it is not much strong to run a lot of workloads, a lot of pipelines, and nextly, suppose if you even want to run Docker, there is a problem over there. Second one is bandwidth. In a lot of places, the bandwidth is not that good. So suppose you are pulling a Docker image, the Docker image is quite big. Then you need to wait a lot of time to pull that image and use it. That must not be ideal for every situation because you don't want your time to be wasted, considering you have limited amount of hours you can focus on every day apart from your studies. And then the next is different OSs. Like if someone wants to learn certain specific things, so they need different OS for different test cases and different situations. And even if they are building something and testing compatibility, this is a requirement. So the students have the biggest problem is like they don't have, when they start out, they don't have a lot of resources and not a lot of time, because when they start out they have a lot of subjects. Like I also had in my university first year, there were like 20-25 things I need to deal with. So there comes the requirement of cloud VMs, which can help you with quality hardware, especially in the student communities, because as we told, there's a lack of budget over there and a lot of energy to learn. So what are cloud VMs? So what are VMs at the start? So VMs are specifically virtual machines, and the cloud component is that you are running that on someone else's computer, maybe a cloud provider's computer. So they are powerful machines. They can be less powerful machines. Less powerful machines can be used to run a small VPN, for example. More powerful machines can be used to run more specific powerful workloads. Then they can have varied configuration, as say from a small VX size machines to big B2S size machines. Everything is possible. And then the good part about it is like you can access those machines using a simple SSH configuration. So you don't need things or bandwidth that much, because you can have a small connection which can pull things and push things, and you can have all the power you need. And the part where this becomes interesting is like a lot of students want to learn cloud computing as well, and I believe learning by doing is one of the best ways to learn. So a lot of programs offer free cloud credits to students, and there is an opportunity to learn different things as well: how to create a VM, how to deploy things into a VM, how to configure pipelines using your cloud VMs. So firstly, you are learning how to do cloud computing, and secondly, you are also learning how you can configure new stuff, and how you can use the power you have in your hands to deploy new things. So advantages, first is improved performance. As we are using a machine which doesn't has a good amount of performance, you get a very big performance boost. And second is accessibility. We are trying to produce and provide for everyone who is coming new to the industry using a university. And second is cost effectiveness. As cost effectiveness is distributed in two parts. One is capital expenditure. So your capex is very low because you can buy a 10, 20, like $200, $300 machine, and then you can have the same infrastructure as someone who has a $1,000 machine. So there is a very big gap which you are feeling. And next is cost effectiveness, as I talked about credits. So if you have all those credits, it becomes very helpful for students. So I want to share my story. So when I started out here in my university, I had a decent amount of machine and I wanted to learn DevOps. So how could I learn? I could install everything on my machine, and I had a Windows machine, so a lot of things would break. So what approach did I take? I applied to a student ambassador program and I got $150 per month cloud credits. The cloud credits helped me to create and learn how to create a VM, and then I was very easily understanding how you can configure networking and how you can install some containerization layer like Docker, and then you can connect everything, and then installing Kubernetes or things were as simple as that. And I repeated it, I wrote for a lot of names, and at the end I became a CNCF ambassador because I was contributing to the community, and as well as it was very easy to me to share my experiences across the community. So what are the advantages of using cloud VMs for open source development? So we need to understand this is a bit before Gitpod code spaces existed. So before that, right now things are more streamlined, but when I started, that was not the case. You didn't have configuration files which would bootstrap your applications. So it was very easy to set up your whole infra on cloud. And secondly, the compatibility. Some resources, some projects require some specific amount of resources. Like for example, if you are building some project which requires you to have a specific amount of RAM or specific amount of cores, then that is very helpful. And third, students who were in our community could get access to all of the domains. So they were not limited by their hardware or their resources to learn AI, HPC, or in that case, DevOps, that like I did. So how is the process to create a simple VM? So it is very simple. First is like you should access any of your cloud provider dashboard. Here I'm using Azure instance, and then you can create VMs, you can create your databases, and you can create clusters in that case. So the advantage of that is like you are learning while you are doing. And next, once your clusters and everything is created, you need to connect it to your machine. So how can we do that? So first, it was like a simple SSH connections, but as we build things, there were new extensions, and a lot of people love VS Code. So do I. So you can just create a simple configuration file, and then you can connect. And once you connect, you can use that machine as your own machine. This is a disconnected form, but you can connect it, and then you can run a lot of things over there. So in summary, if you are starting out, you can think as like you need to choose a cloud provider, you need to get credits, and then launch VM. And then you can SSH and code and build your applications, all of that. But there is a problem. So the problem is like how things moves in communities are like a lot of people were quite expert and they learned very quickly. But there was a gap of people who couldn't. The reason was there was no developer experience and a lot of students were accessing CLI for the first time. So CLIs are awesome if you know how to interact with them, but a bad experience if you are learning computers for the first time. And this is quite widespread issue because a lot of people were facing that issue. Like they couldn't grasp the concept of CLI. They were quite familiar with how to click and get things done in Word and everything, but for CLIs that was not the case. So there came a requirement for GUI. So the requirement for GUI was quite interesting because a lot of projects, like for example, if you are running a container registry, you have two options to access that. First is you can forward your ports inside your, like through your network tunnel, or you can launch a browser inside that. So sometimes in networking, there are some of the ports and some of the hosts. So not all of the hosts can be forwarded. So you can use a browser to access that. So how can you install a browser using CLI? So here comes a requirement for having a GUI interface, which will help you to launch projects very intuitively, like container registry like Harvard. And then you can access the browser and then you can click and learn as you are learning as a student. Because most of the students which I have met at beginning stage of career are not that much aware of CLIs. So then there were a lot of options to which GUI to use. Then came GNOME, and we found that using a very simple tutorial we found on the web on how you can install. So as is a conference, you are hearing talks about GNOME from day one. So I don't want to go in like how good it is, but in summary, those are the couple of features. The biggest feature which I believe is it very easy to use, and a lot of students found that very intuitive, so that they can click and install things, they can access a browser very easily, and that was quite helpful. So how did things shape after once we understood we need some GUI for some of the students? So it was more about newbies who weren't aware of CLIs could get started. So we had a documentation in which they can understand how you can apply for programs to get credits, and without knowing CLIs, they were able to get into that stuff and launch a VM connect using RDP, and then access the following pages and learn. Nextly is like newbies were able to learn GUI at first, CLI, then with a mixture of both, they were able to learn Linux, and with Linux, they were able to learn how to install new things and then how to build new things. And with that, they got good with pipelines, they got good with new stuff, and then the community grew to understanding how they can use those knowledge to share some of their learnings to someone else. Next is one of the advantage was compiling big projects. Like if you know, there are some small hobby projects and there are a couple of big projects which people want to contribute. One of the things I feel is like if you are doing that on small hardware or less powerful resources, it takes a lot of time. And also there is a bit of inner self saying that if you are doing it right or not. Having powerful resources on your hand helps you to bypass that matter, and you can also access the stuff very easily. And then you can compile and contribute to bigger projects, and you can also test those changes locally and see if you are doing it correct or not. One of the things I want to say is like if you're thinking to do this, there are a lot of programs which helps you to get student credits. So those student credits are like range from $150 to somewhat more. So you can get that, and you can use that so that you have access to the VMs and access to how you can launch a VM and get that thing done. So some of the programs are more focused on classrooms. So there is something called GitHub Student Developer Pack, which a lot of students should get through in, and they also provide you a lot of support on how you can get more credits and how you can use them to run machines. So, any Q&As? Yeah.
You were very clear.
Thank you. I think so.
Okay?
Yeah.
One here.
How did you access your GUI from your machine towards to the cloud? How
RDP.
did you access that remotely?
RDP.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
Can you please repeat the question?
Oh yeah, so he was asking like we use SSHs to access the CLI very easily, but how can we access the GUI? So the answer is using RDP. So I was using Azure, so they had a very clear documentation on how you can install the thing, release the ports, and how you can connect it, like using the IP and how to set your passwords and all that. So it was that.
Thanks.
Yeah, please.
How was the usability of GNOME on cloud systems? Because they usually don't have hardware acceleration of graphics, and the CPU usage seems to be usually almost 80-90% when you use GNOME for application testing or open like Apache applications.
Mostly, like we use GNOME and things for Chrome because we wanted some portal where we can see what applications were being deployed and are not. So from my experience, we didn't face any issues while doing, because we were not just testing on GNOME most of the things. So it was smooth. I didn't find any issues because we didn't focus that much onto GNOME and focus more about the things we were doing. Yeah, please.
Okay, not here, but this GNOME image, like a virtual machine GNOME, on which Linux distribution is it based? So how can you install other software, excluding the GNOME software application? It's the command line stuff. Which package manager is in use? How can you do some other stuff? What is based?
Like for example, if we see, so there are a lot of machines running, and most of them are running Ubuntu. So, like for Ubuntu, we have ABT. So we were using ABT, but for installing of the GUI, there was a certain set of different instructions at the Azure documentation which we used, which I can link to you, which you can access and see how you can deploy the following onto your cloud VM.
But which repositories are you using for it? The Ubuntu repositories?
For the AMI, I think it comes inbuilt while you are deploying a VM. So you can select AMI, and then that launches a VM without a GUI. Then you need to install the GUI net. Yeah. Okay. I think, yeah.
If we don't have any question, we can take a 5 minutes break before next talk.
So hello and good afternoon. Welcome to my talk. I will talk about toolbox and how it relates to developing GNOME on modern OSs. Developing GNOME means different things to different people. I hope there will be something relevant for each one of you. So I'm Devarshi. Some people call me Rishi in different places. I work in the Red Hat desktop team, doing Fedora Silverblue, Workstation, GNOME. So I have talked about Toolbox before at a few other conferences. So some of you might know about it already. As someone said, it's the usual Toolbox talk. But never before at GUADEC, because pandemic and everything, there was a big pause. So what I will try to do is summarize what Toolbox is, like present a bunch of problems with the way things are today or used to be, and try to present some solutions maybe, and problems with the solutions, and maybe that will kind of make some sense, and hopefully some new developments that have happened in recent times and all that. So to start with, we need some context to understand what Toolbox is and why it exists and how it came to be and all that. So it starts with how Linux distributions usually are. So historically, they are all package based. So you have Debian packages, RPM packages like .debs, .rpms. Arch has some other kinds of packages. They all have it. And the way it works is that the way it is put together is that you have lots of packages, maybe hundreds, maybe thousands. You have a question? No? So the way they're put together is that there are lots of packages, maybe like a few hundreds, maybe a few thousands, depending on how special or generic your distribution is. And there are people who take software, could be GTK3, could be GTK4, glib, some applications like Nautilus, Firefox, the kernel, dbus, bootloader, whatever, and they put them into neat little packages of their own, and every time there's an update, something gets changed, you build a new package, and they make their way to a vast network of so-called mirror servers that are distributed all over the planet, basically. Now the problem is that because of this, they're kind of difficult to test, because what happens is that once you build a package and as they kind of make their way to all the different servers all over the world, they're not exactly in sync, like the way it goes. Like they're not wildly out of sync, but they're just a bit out of sync most times. And like with computers, just a little bit is enough to cause enough problems. And so if I say that I tested Fedora today or GNOME today, and if you say that you tested GNOME or Fedora, Ubuntu or whatever it is today, it kind of doesn't really mean much, because again, since it's made up of a bunch of packages, what you really meant is that you tested your collection of packages, right? And it's like a long list with specific version numbers and stuff, and that's kind of hard to exchange with each other. Like I tested this list of I don't know, a few thousand or a few hundred I don't know, names and version numbers. And because if you have a little difference there, you didn't really test the same thing. So it's kind of difficult to test. And the way various enterprise-y distributions work around it, or even like a community distribution, they basically have freezes. They freeze at different points in the cycle and say nobody does anything, everybody tests, and all this stuff. And the more enterprise you are, the more the more process you have and all that, right? And so things do go wrong from time to time. And then what also happens is that it's very difficult to roll back. Like if you updated and it went wrong, like let's say if you were running something unstable, you were testing the nightly builds of something and it went wrong, it's really hard to go back, because it's again a bunch of packages and you don't know, it's not trivial. And also the update process itself is kind of vulnerable or fragile, because you could have a power loss, could be because you had a power cut, or it could be your battery gave up, or you ran out of disk space. You could also have these dependency problems because people make mistakes when creating these packages, and maybe you try to update them, and what those packages you had, the requirements weren't met by the new things that were out there, and maybe you didn't even have a package that was part of the official distro and all these things. So so like in the case of a power loss or disk problem, what can happen is that if it hadn't happened at the wrong moment in the update process, you might be left with a situation that's totally unrecoverable, like the system may not boot or something, which is clearly not a good situation to be in, right? I mean, and also like there are other things like there's no separation between the OS and the applications, like it's kind of like one thing, which means that you need to upgrade your distribution to get a newer Darktable or Firefox or Inkscape or LibreOffice or so on and so forth. You may not be, I mean, it all depends on maybe like if your distro kind of backports it to the old, a new app to the old one, then maybe not, but very often you do have to. And sometimes you just need a newer application because you want to quickly do something and you need a new feature or something. But upgrading the whole distribution like Fedora or Ubuntu is kind of usually more disruptive to your workflow. So it's like a thing that sometimes gets people annoyed, especially if you are on a really super stable distro that has like that really doesn't want to change the libraries and everything because of other reasons. You might get stuck with really old versions of applications that maybe don't really open the latest image formats or do whatever is the latest coolness, you know. So so that was one of the problem statements. So this means that a bunch of people have been trying to rethink how Linux distributions are put together. It's been going on for a long time, I think more than 10 years already, but it's now really beginning to come together. So there's like a rough consensus around it. So the first thing is to define what your operating system is, really, like to draw a line between the OS and the apps. And usually you can think of the OS as all that is required to boot the thing, to log in, and then you get a graphical shell and you start your applications from there and maximize, minimize, so that you can think of as the OS. And then you have those applications with icons and windows and all those things. So what people have been doing is that putting the operating system into something called OS tree. And for applications, they are going mostly with containers of some sort, like you have Flatpak containers for client-side applications and Podman containers for server applications. So that's kind of the general idea. So OS tree, so what is OS tree? So that's the website, you can look it up later. So it's like you can think of it as Git, but for operating systems in a very simple hand-wavy way. So Git is usually for source code, for like there's a Git repository for GTK, for glib, for Nautilus, for dbus, the kernel, etc. But this is like you can think of it as a repository for the whole OS with all its executables and configuration files and what have you. And it knows about how to deal with the bootloader and a bunch of other things that are weird about OSs. And this is one of the things that people use to build these next generation operating systems. So what happens is that since I said it's like Git for operating systems, like every update kind of has a hash. So instead of like a whole list of packages and their version numbers, you have like a neat hash, like you have for each Git commit. Like when you develop on a project, you don't really keep a list of all the files you changed and then compare a list of files with, I don't know, their timestamps and whatnot, right? So you just check the hash, right? It's a lot easier to copy paste, exchange and all that. So it's the same thing. So testing gets a lot easier. You can say I tested this hash, okay, did I test the same hash? And if you change some packages in your OS tree image, the hash changes, just like if you change a file in your Git, the hash immediately changes. So it's kind of easy that way. And it's also easy to roll back because just like Git, you can go back and forth, right? I mean, Git reset, Git, I don't know, checkout, revert, all those things. So it's somewhat easy to go back and forth. You don't have to go have a deep dive into how everything works. You just, it's kind of trivial. And then you also have robust upgrades because of how all these things work. You can like basically pull out the power cable and or your machine will still be in a known good state. Like the guarantee is that it will never end up in this unknown, half working, half broken, or completely broken state. You will always have a known good state, which is fantastic because you can sort of give the machine to like people who are not into computers and want to do other things, and it will not really break. Because one thing I've realized is that after you spend a lot of time dealing with computers, it really affects your behavior. You're like interacting with things in this specific way because if you do something else, it will maybe not work, and then you kind of give it to other people, and they're like expecting things to work, and it's very hard to tell them that I know I've seen it doesn't work, so that's my very specific way of doing things, and so this is kind of good, like so. It won't break. And yeah, so since you have started by defining what the OS is, it also means that it's separate from the apps. So the OS goes into this OS tree image, which is actually a bit hard to modify. You can modify it, but the reason is also just again because of the Git thing, right? Like if you modify the OS image, you end up with a different hash. So it's like having your own local Git branch or something, or a local Git fork. So what will happen is that you will have a hash which is unique and different from all the hashes that everybody else sees. So that's why the OS tree image is a bit hard to modify. And the applications are again in, if it's a client-side application, it's in a Flatpak container, if it's a server thing, and then it's a Podman container. And so that's basically the outline of what is an OS tree-based OS. And there are some examples just to reassure you that this is a real thing. There's this thing called os.gnome.org. It used to exist as GNOME Continuous. I still have memories of Colin presenting it in 2012 at a GUADEC. So it still exists. It's the nightly reference builds of GNOME. Some call it GNOME OS. The name has been contentious at various times, but it's basically the nightly reference builds of GNOME, straight from Git. So you can immediately check how the whole thing works, because for some people, GNOME is a whole operating system, and for that, there are just too many things that interact with each other, and you need to really test the whole thing together. And then you have Endless OS. It's a Debian derivative with modified GNOME. Then you have a bunch of Fedora editions, Silverblue, Kinoite, and they are the next generation Fedora workstation and KDE. I know that these days there's a one for Sway as well. I mean, it's there. I guess the list will grow. And then there's CoreOS. It's like a minimal Fedora edition only for running containerized server applications. So yeah, so those were some examples. They exist, they work, and my laptop over there runs Silverblue. So yeah. And you will notice that none of these OSs, none of them have apt or DNF. Like apt is the package manager for Debian, the world, and DNF for the Fedora world. They don't have any of those things, and they usually have a read-only USR. USR, by read-only I mean that you always need like root access to change anything on your /USR. That's how usually you do sudo DNF install, and something goes and deletes a file there, puts a new file there. But in this case, what I mean is that the whole /USR is often mounted read-only. So you have to really remount the file system to be able to modify it, even as root. So here's a screenshot of from a Fedora 37 Silverblue machine. Right up there, you can see that it's actually really Fedora 37, and a few lines below, you see that there is no DNF, and then a few lines below, you see that there is something called RPM OS tree. It says something about Rust containers and something, and there's also like a hash, but it's not the hash we are going to talk about here. So now you again see RPM OS tree status. So this is more like Git log. You can draw like a vague parallel to it. So you'll see that each of those entries, they have like a hash called base commit, and they have like a version information, and right at the top there is like some kind of Fedora /37/x8664. So what it really means is that right at the bottom is the first ever release of Fedora 37, the first ever hash that was publicly released, so it's from the installer. And right at the top is the version that I was running at the time when I took the screenshot. So the current version has a dot, the current image, and all these 4, they're like updates I went through. So what happens is that all these 4, they have entries in your bootloader. So if you're not happy with your current installation, the current update, you select a different one from your bootloader and you go back. And so you can easily go back and test how exactly it was released to how it is now today, if you wanted to, I don't know, check for regressions in the stable branch or whatnot. And similarly, if I wanted to update to Fedora 38, there would be another entry on top, and it would be just a matter of rebooting and booting into that that image. So at this point, there are some questions that arise. So if you don't have a package manager and it's a bit locked down, then how do you set up a development environment, like compilers, debuggers, editors, all these libraries and header files that you need for development? So one solution is that you can go with the GNOME Builder as a Flatpak, and that works. Because GNOME Builder is you could call it a container native IDE. It can be installed as a container, like the GNOME Builder Flatpak container. Then you can do your development against a container, like you have all your libraries and everything inside in a container. Often it is the Flatpak SDK. So that's another container that against which you develop. And if you were working on an application, then you can actually build your application as a Flatpak container. So that's the container number 3. So it's very aware of this containerized workflow in a very fundamental way. But not every IDE is like that. Like if you are using Visual Studio Code, JetBrains, they're like an IDE, and it's a bit free form. Like if you have a project that uses containers, it's usually done with a lot of project-specific scripts and make files, and they call various tools to do their thing. So since choice and everything is a thing, and people have their very specific workflows and needs, so what about other IDEs? And there's also another thing, like if you are using another IDE as a Flatpak, let's say you use a Visual Studio Code Flatpak, which exists and works, you will realize that since it's not container aware like GNOME Builder, what you really need is that your development tools to exist inside the Visual Studio Code Flatpak, and then you will realize that there are all sorts of these development tools that are not really available as Flatpak runtime extensions, which is how you will get them inside the Flatpak. Because historical reasons, people have been packaging them for distros, or they're just available in some other way, or etc., etc. And then also, like a lot of people use Emacs, Vim, and for a lot of developers, the command line is really a core part of the developer experience. It's like as a developer, your world revolves around the terminal and the command line user experience, which kind of breaks when you have like a lockdown system without a package manager and not being able to do things that you would have normally done. So what about all that? So at this point, it's worth mentioning that that RPM OS tree, like that thing that I showed you on my silver blue screenshots. So there are various ways you can cheat this lockdown thing. One way is to do this RPM OS tree install a package. Instead of DNF install, you do RPM OS tree install. And I mean, strace is just some example I took. It could be any RPM or any package. And this works. But all these have some kind of like caveats or some problems. Like, so for example, in this case, you would have to reboot into a new image that would have that package that you RPM OS tree installed. Because what would happen is that it's again like a bit like a local git change. Like you would create a new commit of your image with this package added in with a new hash, and you would boot into it. Kind of like if you made a local change in your Git repo, in your Git tree, and made a commit just to play with it, you know. So yeah, like a need to reboot can be annoying, you know, if you're debugging late at night and you're just furiously trying different things and reboot, and or just trying to install all the dependencies of your whatever project you're working on. And too much use of this stuff also negates some of the benefits of OS3 because you always end up with these custom hashes and your image is like now a custom thing that most other people don't have. So if something breaks, it's kind of hard for you to immediately know if it's you or if everybody sees it, you know. So that's where toolbox comes in. This was like the problem statement coming out from OS3 based OSs as they started, and so that's where toolbox steps in. Yeah, that's a graphic from GMAC. Yeah. So that's the website again. I mean, again created by GMAC. It has a bunch of graphics from him. So what Toolbox does is it somehow presents you with a mutable package-based development environment on these OS3-based OSs, and it's somehow decoupled from the operating system. So it gives you this feeling that it's a mutable. It gives you this mutable development environment, and it looks like you are still on the same OS that you had on your machine, but it's still decoupled from the OS. So whatever you install in this Toolbox environment that it presents, nothing is really installed on the OS. So it kind of gives you in some sense the best of both worlds. Like you now have a mutable package-based thing, and that looks like suddenly your OS turned into this package-based thing, and yet it's not really your OS, and it's kind of really your OS is kind of protected, and it does all this without getting too much in your way, like not making you think too much about what's going on or about the technology underneath. And yeah, like a quick note, like it used to be called by different names. It started by being called Fedora Toolbox because it was like a totally wild research project kind of, and it surprisingly had a lot of uptake, and then the Fedora prefix didn't make sense, and then we kind of ended up with Toolbox, and then it's hard to Google search for, and so we dropped the O, just like we dropped the second last letter from many projects these days. Like Flatpak doesn't have the final, the second last C and all that. So it's yeah. I was told that it's a thing, and I should get on board. So going back to the screenshot, so it's the same Fedora 37 Silverblue. You see at the top it's 37. There is no DNF, and there's RPM OS3. So at this point, if on the same machine you did toolbox enter, then you end up again at a prompt, but the prompt has this funky purple thing, so you know that it's somewhat different. But otherwise it looks the same, but you have DNF now, and you can do DNF install as you would always do. So that's what I meant, like your the OS3 based somewhat lockdown thing that you had is now somehow turned a bit more flexible. So yeah, so the way all this works is that there are containers involved underneath, and we use something called this, Toolbox uses something called this Open Containers Initiative. It's an initiative to standardize various aspects of the Docker universe. You might have heard of this thing called Docker containers. So it's an attempt to standardize various parts of that world, like registries and how containers are, how they look like, and all those things. And there's this thing called Podman that came out of that whole effort, and that's what Toolbox uses a lot. And it's it's kind of like, it's very similar to Docker in various ways. It has the same look and feel from the outside, but there are some crucial implementation differences. And some of them are really crucial for Toolbox, which is why we started with it, still use it. So yeah, so containers, so the idea is that Toolbox tries not to overload you with this cognitive burden of containers. It's just like a underlying technology. It's not really necessary for someone who is using a Silverblue or an OS3 based OS to really know about it, because all they want is to get their usual command line back and still have all the goodness of OS3-based, Flatpak-based system. And to remove this cognitive overhead, it also like has this kind of seamless integration with the host OS, so you don't have to worry about weird things like a lot of people, lot of us use SSH keys, right, for Git and stuff, and many people probably have a passphrase. So one thing that happens is when you log in, GDM and a whole bunch of weird things like PAM and GNOME keyring, they kind of work together to make sure that your passphrase always gets passed with your SSH every time you use SSH. And inside what's happening is that your passphrase is saved in an encrypted form in something called GNOME keyring, and it all does a bunch of magic to unlock it and send it around. So if this SSH agent didn't work, you would always have this prompt to enter your passphrase, which kind of gets on your nerves. And also things like how graphical apps work and how to get them to work from containers and stuff. And so those are all those things that are taken care of to really make it as seamless as possible. So getting a bit more concrete. So what are the goals? So yeah, the primary goal is to restore the usual command line experience that people are used to historically on Linux-based operating systems on these OS3-based ones for development, debugging, troubleshooting, also for sysadmins, and so on. And the reason for that is that this is kind of crucial for the adoption of these OSs. It's one thing to like hand out these things to like people who are not going to be programming or developing on them, but the reality is that a lot of people who use the Linux desktop, they are also they're like developers of some sort, and if they can't really get their job done, it's kind of never really will have adoption. They will always be like a bit of a second-rate thing, like on the side. So just as important as goals, non-goals. So I mean, being an application distribution format is not really the aim. Like a lot of people want to like distribute things in containers, and they want to also do it through toolbox, but that's not quite the aim. Although there are some features and some things that let you do that if you want to, because of certain weird situations, but that's not really the goal. Which is also why those things are a bit let's say rough intentionally, because that's not really the goal. So you use Flatpak for client apps, you use Podman for server apps, and Toolbox for your development. That's a very clear thing. And it's also not really about providing a secure development environment. I mean, it's an overloaded word, security, because the moment people understand containers, they think containers containerize and security and all that. But the thing to understand is that also security is not testability, which is the goal with OS3. So things are just as secure in some sense as traditional Linux distributions were, but they were not testable. So now with OS3, they're a bit more robust in that sense, that they're testable, the upgrades are more robust. And yes, with Flatpak apps, the applications are more secure, but the development environment that you get is just as secure as the command line on traditional Linux distribution. So yeah, I mean, sometimes just maintaining status quo is a win, because the other things have good things to offer, and you need to keep status quo in some side to ensure that people can actually use those other things. And then also like supporting different container engines, like so like what often happens is that working on Toolbox means driving changes into things like Podman or that whole ecosystem, because we use Podman in a very different way, because most people use Docker containers or this OCI thing in a kind of like a fire and forget kind of way. Like you fire up your services, tear them down, fire them up again. But we run them in kind of like this long-lasting thing. So backwards compatibility is important. So like if you created a container with an old version of everything, you should still be able to use it with a new version of everything, because that's where all your tools are, and that's where you're doing all your work. So if it's done, Oh, sorry. So I guess I have to speed up a little bit. So it's just different, and there's a lot of work there. And like for example, recently in Fedora 38, there were a bunch of blockers, which all went. One of them went down to the fuse module in the kernel. So it's just too much. It just requires too much work to do it for every other thing. So it's also a non-goal to support every single OCI image out there, because like there are all these because these images are often minimized, so you can run into problems with locales, which took a long time for me to figure out. Or people may complain about like suddenly their 3D applications are not working, or some tools are minimized in some way, no manuals are missing, and so on. So yeah, I mean, we are not very strict about ensuring this, but that's really not the goal. So, I mean, you can always use podman run against your custom, whatever random image, because Toolbox really wants to come with a set of tested images which give you like a well understood environment. So yeah, so it's hosted on the containers organization on GitHub, written in Go, which is the lingua franca of this OCI world. Yeah, so it was like developed pretty in close relation with this rootless podman thing, because before rootless podman became a thing, you needed to be root to use Docker or podman containers, which is a problem because you don't want root privileges to have a working shell inside your terminal emulator. So yeah, we have a bunch of tests. We keep running them on all sorts of hosts. So what works? So I think each item on this list is basically like applies to some kind of development use case, depending on what you do. So yeah, like Wayland and X applications work just as they should, including OpenGL and Vulkan, if your applications are using those, which is something, it's got a star mark because it's somewhat of a recent thing. It's something that Neil sitting back there she got it working. Also, you can run dbus clients, you can hack on dbus services and run them from the toolbox. If you're using the session bus, it's fully operational. The system bus, I think, has some rough edges. I think depending on maybe policy kit privileges and all that. Networking works. Some of them are like it will basically follow your machine's DNS configuration, including this zeroconf thing, which is Avahi, and ping. Ping is looks like a very simple thing, but it's kind of really not so easy to get it to work without root, because ping in its most rudimentary form really requires root privileges to work, and to get that to work on a rootless and with containers and stuff, it's not as trivial. Then time zones, and then you can have your USB sticks, SSH agent we already talked about, more things like your core dumps, your logs in the journal, things like your locate, like a fast search thing, ulimits, also libvirt, including the system instance. There's something called Minikube, which is like a Kubernetes cluster on one node, which people use for development. That works. Moving on to more enterprisey things, you can have it works with free IPA-backed user accounts, like in big organizations. Kerberos works if you use the so-called KCM credential caches, which is the case in the Fedora family. Would be nice to make it work with other caches. Also, smart cards should work. And another somewhat of a recent thing is you can actually run a full GNOME shell thing from a toolbox, which is something that Sebastian Vick back there and Jonas got it to work. So the idea is that if you're a GNOME shell or Mutter or some GNOME settings daemon kind of developer, and you want to do your hacking on an OS3-based system, maybe Silverblue or Endless or something, and but you still, how do you go about it? So yeah, this is what you do. I'm sure that if you're a developer, you would be having all sorts of other more complicated ways of doing it. But the easy way you can try it out yourself is you do a Control-Alt-F something to get that big black and white screen, the real TTY. Then you log in to the text thing, and then you set up a few environment variables. This is something that GDM will do for you normally, but here you would have to set the desktop to GNOME. Then you do toolbox enter. You install a few packages for just to have a more complete thing inside the toolbox, because if you don't have Flatpak, your Flatpak applications will not show up in your GNOME thing. whatever Flatpak applications you have installed on your host machine, basically. Backgrounds for the wallpaper, and then GNOME shell, and then you do GNOME shell will and run this dbus run session, GNOME shell will, and then you end up with this. And if you look closely, you will see that it's not a fake, because down there where it says OS name, it says Fedora Linux 38 container image, not Silverblue or Workstation. So it's actually, because it's from the OS release, right? And those toolbox thing, the toolbox environment has a slightly different OS release, so it's a real thing. And so what doesn't work yet, like the proprietary NVIDIA driver, I guess it needs some packaging work to get it to work from inside the containers. Also, like these CS certificates, like the toolbox environment comes with its default set of certificates, which is just fine for the vast majority of people. You would probably never notice, but if your organization requires you to install a custom certificate because it has, I don't know, internal websites, VPN and whatnot, if you put them in the host, they don't automatically show up in the container, so it's a bit of work there. This is more complicated. This is mostly, again, for maybe if you're a GNOME shell developer or a Mutter developer. It's like if you if you plug in and plug out monitors while running GNOME shell from inside a toolbox, you don't get those UDEF events. It's because of how UDEF events work with these netlink sockets and namespaces. So it's probably a bit more work. It's a bit of an open question. Yeah, like it's a bit more enterprisey, Active Directory user accounts. I said like free IPA backed accounts work, but this one doesn't. But I think we have figured it out. So hopefully pretty soon. And maybe a lot more things don't work. So it's because like everything is like a developer use case, right? So it's like going through it. But that's why also we have a whole bunch of tests to make sure that they keep working, because otherwise it's impossible to keep up. And yeah, like what environments? We started with Fedora because it was born out of the needs of Fedora Silverblue. Then it spread to Red Hat Enterprise Linux. That took a while because there are various processes to go through before introducing something into a Red Hat Enterprise Linux release. We got a bit stuck there, but recent times various people have landed things like support for Arch, so you can now have Arch Linux containers on Arch Linux hosts, or you can also mix and match like Arch on Fedora and all that. Similarly, Ubuntu, and this mixing and matching is why the test suite explodes, because you need to test all combinations on everything. And last but not the least, we are towards the, I think, last couple of slides. So I've been talking a lot about OS tree-based OSs over and over again, but one thing that's worth mentioning is that there's nothing really in Toolbox that really requires OS tree, so it works just as fine on Fedora Workstation or Ubuntu or whatever. Actually, RHEL is not usually an OS tree-based thing, so yeah. So it works just fine. And there is still value in that because once you're in that Toolbox environment, since it doesn't really touch your main operating system, it doesn't really get cluttered in some sense by all the packages that you DNF install. So you can, like what I often do is if I just want to quickly check something, I do a few things and then throw it away, the container, and you're back to a clean OS again. And that's an easy way to get access to different tool chains and libraries. Like if you want to quickly check if your code compiles with the compiler on Ubuntu, or if you're running an Arch machine and all that. But it doesn't completely take it away, because it's like it gives you, like, if all you need is like the terminal from a different OS, then yeah, you can do it with the Toolbox. But if you really need to see how the Arch, like the boot is, or the whole virtual thing is, then you will need a virtual machine. And yeah, like last but not the least, we would appreciate more CI runners for different OSs to deal with this growing number of environments. So yeah, please help us with that if you can. I mean, that's like the main blocker for adding more things, because it gets more like OpenSUSE or this or that, and it's just really hard to keep up with the testing manually. And that's it. I guess we don't really have time. Lucky me.
I don't have a question, but I want to praise Christian, your work for the builder integration with some of the projects, like working on GNOME shell, really tricky to like test and prepare a patch. always like a horrible pain to get it up and running. It's like the ideal way where it's exposed with a builder, your container, your
Yeah.
containers in there, and launch it within the constraint, and you can actually make it match. Even if you're not involved with the project like 100%, it's around.
Yeah, right. Thanks. Anybody else? Alan? No? Yeah.
So one of the things that you can ensure is that you're separating everything from the host in theory and install stuff. So I don't know, when there's a compiler that's on the operating system that works perfectly fine, and I've done everything, I can throw the toolbox away and it's just if I use, for example, Rust, and install it in the container and does something, puts a lot of stuff in the operator. So
Yeah.
Can I ask you to wrap up the question for our remote friends?
Yeah, I got the question. So he's talking about having separate home directories, and it's a use case that a lot of people have. Is that a lot of like developer or like the programming languages or frameworks like Rust that Sebastian mentioned specifically, they install a bunch of things in your home, and people don't want like that clutter to stay, because the home directory is shared between the toolbox and your main OS, which is why which is one of the main ways it makes it seamless, that moving data in and out is trivial at the point. But yeah, like it's a valid use case, but yeah, I mean, we are not there yet. I mean, like one thing that people do is that they manually override their home environment variable and then run toolbox create, so you do that. But yeah, like, I mean, if we really allow people to separate their home, then we also need like a proper solution to move data in and out. And yeah, I guess we will get there. I mean, I understand the use case, but it's just a matter of prioritizing things. Yeah.
also, thank you very much for working on this. It's easily helpful with some goals and other mentions.
Cool. I'm glad to know that it's useful. Yeah.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Cool. That was great.
Give me just a second. For our remote followers, we now have a small break, and we are moving all to track 1 for the GNOME intern lightning talks, and then the closure of the talks. So please change stream. For those who are in person, if you want to do some other question out of stream, feel free to use your break for that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Man liekas, ka jā, tā bija.
linear. Oh, not this Nautilus, sorry. It's this one, which has actually changed a lot in only 24 more or less years since it has been created. And well, I'm not talking about biology for sure, but it's not really technology if you look at the topics. But I'm kind of joking because ancient history is the origin of the Nautilus project. By modern history, I mean the things that happened in the last few years, and by the future, the future is now. It's the changes that are coming for version 45 and some plans for the future. So, ancient history. Many of you are already familiar with this, but most people probably don't know that there was this company, this short-lived company, built by people coming from many major tech companies, most prominently former Apple employees, who founded Easel to create Nautilus that was going to be quite more than just your file manager. The idea was to be like a client for cloud storage before cloud was called like that. There was this whole dot-com bubble and these articles full of buzzwords from the time. And actually, if you look at the README file from the first revisions of the project, it said that it was even GNOME Shell before GNOME Shell existed. And also the file manager, but that's in another line because that's not so important. The shell, therefore, that's the connection with the mollusk, because there is a shell. No, Nautilus is not trying to be a shell anymore. Actively been trying to move away from its own shell. But this was from the time of GNOME 1, I guess. And you can see it looked very different from what it looks like today. But not too different from what you'd see from Windows Explorer at the time. But this is still apparently a file manager. Well, it was also a web browser. Then again, not surprising for the time, other file managers were doing that too. But if that's not enough yet, and you ever feel like there are not enough music players in Linux world, Nautilus was one too. Okay? And it was also, how should I call this? GNOME Designer Nightmare, Minecraft, or Sims, or Barbie World. I don't know. This just looks like something that people would use for anything but real work. Like you drag and drop backgrounds for your own folders to, like you would dress them the way you like and put on emblems. Yeah, it might be a designer's nightmare, but it would be a walk in the park for GNOME developers. It would keep your GNOME developers entertained for years or decades just to remove all of these features. We are still working on that. I'm kidding. Actually, this feature of icon captions, I went to the effort of porting it to GTK4, so it's there still. Fast forward a decade, it was a little different at the end of GNOME 2 era, but it still had all of these features piled on here, showcasing dual pane, which was a reason why tabs moved to the bottom. It was a little too much. So just a year later came GNOME 3 and a huge redesign apparently it has been simplified, but behind the scenes it was still a really, really complex beast full of legacy. So the year after, there was the infamous 3.6 release, where many of these features, that extra weight had to be dropped. That was a time when extra pane was dropped, type ahead, everything, every flame war you have heard about Nautilus, it was most likely here. It was actually a good thing because it led to forks. And I'm saying this seriously. I think the Nautilus forks were a positive thing. Trying to be the everything app, trying to be the web browser and file browser and music player and photos viewer and everything, that's not a good plan. So it's better to have each vision have its own fork. Then Linux Mint made Nemo, which kept many of these features. There was also the Mate desktop with Kaja. And it both proved that the base that Easel built was good because they didn't start from scratch. And it allowed each design vision to move forward independently without blocking the progress of our file manager on legacy features. And for Ancient History, that's all. You can also check my blog where I have some posts about the canvas views and other stuff that I'm not going to repeat here. It's very fun to go to archive.org, to the Wayback Machine, and visit the Easel website. If you go year by year, there is some fun to have there. At some point, Nautilus becomes GNU Nautilus. Somehow, the next time it was not anymore. Not sure what was going on there, but I could guess. And finally, I cannot recommend enough Emanuele's podcast on the history of GNOME, for which every week I'm eagerly waiting for the new episode. And I've been waiting eagerly for a few years. No, I'm kidding. And for recent developments, and that's more my time, I was not a member of the Nautilus team back when everything happened in these dark background slides. Now I changed to the light background because that's the stuff I've worked on in latest years. That's been most prominently the GDK port forward and adoption of our modern platform library libadwaita. But it was not me who started it. In the early development of GDK4, the previous Nautilus maintainers had started a port to the earlier unstable version of GDK4. Then there was no progress for 3 years, but 2 years ago I picked up on that, salvaged many patches from Ernestus, and actually benefited from many other things that Carlos Soriano had done, like dropping the desktop icons and many other things that were holding us back. Most of the work was done. It's the case to say that I just I was standing on the shoulders of giants. And in 2022, at the time of the final cycle for the release of the GDK4 port, came Cory Barla, who was a rock star new contributor and helped me actually finish it. I think I couldn't make the finishing line for GNOME 43 without Cory, so here goes a big thank you for Cory. It was both, making a reflection of this experience, it was both a challenge because it's a very old code base. Fortunately, the core of Nautilus doesn't really depend on GDK4. I'm talking about the part, going a bit technical here, sorry, but it's really brief. It's the part that handles the abstraction of directories and files. That's for most of my time, I treat it as a black box. It's there, it works, it's been working for over 20 years and doesn't need many changes. And I'm actively afraid of changing it and breaking everything because it's your files that are at play. I don't want to cause anyone to lose important data. But it was also an opportunity for such a code base to have both a facelift and throughout some old pieces. This is the diff from before and after the main GDK4 effort. There is a decrease, an actual decrease in lines of code. This is mostly because drawing the icon view was no longer responsibility of Nautilus. The yield canvas was completely removed, and we built on the new GDK4 list model-based views, which have been in development in design and developed for many years with Nautilus as a primary use case in mind, so it would only be natural to absorb it. It's harder to measure the number of features closed directly thanks to the port, but I feel it's no exaggeration that we actually fixed, resolved many issues or delivered many pending long requested behaviors, enhancement features that were previously impossible, mostly because the views in the GDK3 version were not using actual widgets inside. So these trivial things that you are expecting an application to have, we couldn't do them there. And we can now, so some things that were incredibly difficult, and I kept ears in the bug tracker saying, yeah, that's a good idea, but it's really hard to do, suddenly became trivial to implement, and I couldn't even summarize them anymore. I actually lost track of every benefit of GDK4 port. But well, it's there. I could send the link of these roughly 300 issues if anyone is interested in having a look. In addition to these direct benefits, the Nautilus 43 version even had some new features on top of this port, which were provided mostly by other contributors. From the lead Advaita team came the new tab widgets, which allowed us to have detachable tabs again, which are completely broken in our previous implementation with GDK Notebook, and to have an adaptive layout for narrow window sizes. And another long requested feature that this had been in the bug tracker for a while with yeah, we want to do that, but we can't, was sorting search results. This was because both list view and icon and grid view had different concepts of sorting, and with the port to GDK4 it became a single model and everything works the same. Finally, we allowed to display search results more expressively with longer snippets of content results, and properties has been redesigned. I start with the last one because it was really aged, the visual design of the properties. It hadn't really changed a lot from these 4 years, and suddenly it looks modern and pretty nice. And that's actually not not main. There's even a more beautiful visual refresh for 45 without the separator in the header bar. Also, props to Christopher, who made most of the work for adaptiveness in files. Now it can adapt to really small window sizes, which is very useful when you want to do tiling and have multiple apps at the same time. The new list view with the power of widgets, of doing whatever, we could have longer snippets of text for the search results, while before it was in the name column, almost invisible there. And at the right side there is the sort menu that list view gained, that was previously non-existent, and that's why we can sort search results now, because there is a way also to restore the relevance sorting that is the default. And finally, the future that is now is the ongoing development for GNOME 45. It's everything faster. Its search is faster, even thumbnails. That was a recent addition to the list of new features for the upcoming release, and even a redesign for another old dialog, that is the visible columns dialog. And well, global search is here because it already exists, but the actual work is not done yet, but it's expected for GNOME 45, along with the full height sidebar. This is a demo of search. I think if you have been using Nautilus search, it was more sharing than this. In this demo, you type and everything just filters instantly. This was mostly thanks to Carlos Garnacho, who is at the other room making his own presentation. And then I built on top of that to make it really smooth. This is a demo of thumbnails. On the left, the old version, and the right, the new one. No, actually, the video at the left was my fault. I didn't really stop the video at the right time. These last three icons would have their thumbnails generated, but it's over 3 times faster, at least, at generating thumbnails. And that was the work of a newcomer. So it's always a pleasure. Thank you, Khalid, for your excellent contribution. Not only this one, Khalid has been doing more things. And Corey also has this UI refresh. I don't have the old one here because it's not relevant. This has a new feature in which you can control both the default columns or the columns for each folder specifically, because sometimes you may have a folder with photos or with music where you care about some kind of file attributes and not others, and this allows you to do that. Design is not final, and design feedback from actual designers is always welcome. Then again, design not final. Feedback from designers already available. It's blogging on me to actually do the development work here, because the visual changes have been done by Marco, which I think is Marco's first contribution to Nautilus also, and this is amazing. A lot of people keep making contributions to this old application written in C. That's really great. But it's missing there at the corner a search icon for global search. That's the thing that's blocking here. And for future plans, we have this bold, a little bit controversial maybe, intent to provide a file picker for GNOME that's different from GDK file chooser, in the sense that it's going to be consistent with Nautilus in behavior, in looks, in everything. It's going to be Nautilus itself. But it also liberates GDK to do a simpler file chooser eventually, to become really desktop independent, because right now the file chooser has many GNOME-isms that really don't belong in the GDK toolkit, which is meant to be used in multiple platforms. The sidebar redesign and network view, I would like to say it was going to be 45, but I can't promise. And redesign the files grid, it's not going to be. Sadly, I really want this incredible solution that our design team came up with. There is some details to be ironed out for sure, but I think this immersive file previews and simpler icons, and even the folder previews, maybe not exactly like these, but something that makes folders more recognizable instead of every folder looking the same. That's something that I really want to help make a reality. Everything you are saying are just mock-ups that have been drawn by the design team. And the sidebar, with a very cool solution for indicating operation progress that Alan has produced. The small progress circle thing we have in the header bar has been source of many complaints that it's confusing, it doesn't really inform the user about what's going on, and even the popover was missing some polish. So this is an opportunity to get that improved and to move the operations to the sidebar, because they don't really belong in the folder area. It's something that happens application-wide. Unfortunately, the project is going through a very healthy phase. This is not exactly a list of a team, it's a list of people who have made more than 1 or 2 meaningful contributions to Nautilus in the recent months. We could say that the core of the team are the first 4. Andre, who is also maintainer of Nautilus and of the back end of VFS. Myself, Corey Berle, who has recently become a co-maintainer too, although Corey has been doing maintainer grade work for a year already. And even Peter Eisenman is a member of the core team, not a maintainer. I think the maintainer moniker is a little over, how do you say it? It's overvalued. It doesn't mean that maintainers have a bigger say than other people who contribute to the project. As long as we all talk to each other and decide things together, I'm always glad to have other people participate and decide and review my patches. Actually, I want people to review my patches, because then it's useless for me to make them. And also Christopher, who has been unstoppable at keeping Nautilus up to date in libadwaita APIs. Carlos Garnacci, once again, I'm really sad I'm not at his talk, listening to his talk, and he is not here for me to give my thanks personally for the hard work at speeding up the tracker search engine in files. That's part of our 45 release features. Once again, Khalid, who made thumbnails be generated much faster, and another newcomer, Gary Lee, who has been doing some paper cut bug fixes, these small things that matter, and I hope to see more from Gary too, and many more. This is just a list of people from looking at the commit log and picking the names that show up more frequently in the last few months. Thank you. I don't know how much time we still have. How much time?
You have 11 minutes.
11 minutes, so there's enough for questions. Or feature requests, or bug reports. I mean, patches too.
Hi, so speaking of Nautilus histories, do you foresee type-ahead search coming back as an option?
Well, that's something that we are actually considering at the moment, depending on the result of how far we can take the search optimization. As you could see in the, I'm sorry, for people at home who didn't hear Jeremy's question, it was about one of the features that got removed in GNOME 3.6 about the so-called type-ahead search, which was the thing when you would type and it would jump to the file whose name started with that with what we were typing. This feature directly conflicts with the GNOME-wide design pattern for search, which is you start typing and it searches instantly. You don't need to first use Control F keyboard shortcut or click a button. So we have been failing to address the concerns of people who miss type ahead. We have been failing for 10 years because 10 years ago what we were saying was, okay, that's right, search is not performing well, but that's a bug, it's fixable, we can just make search faster. And next year we were saying the same, next year we were saying the same. And a decade later we were still arguing that, yeah, but search could be made faster, but it was not being made any faster. In addition to being actually faster in retrieving search results, we have been looking at making it feel faster, non-disruptive, because unlike this demo, where you see it actually filters instantly the view, but this is not what it uses. This is still not in main, okay? What we have in main, there is still a moment where the page goes blank and then search results appear. That's really disruptive, and it makes it feel slow. There were many, I could list a number of issues that were making search not perform well. Another thing that is not demoed here is that when you are in grid view, we'd switch to list view for search. That was also disruptive and breaking the user context. So what we expect is to reassess whether we can or cannot do without type ahead. And I must admit that in the last 10 years we haven't been doing this reflection well. We haven't been addressing the very valid concerns about how search didn't deliver its promise. But we are going to reassess that soon. As soon as we can do maybe not yet at 45, because there are more changes to search in the pipeline, but considering an opt-in type ahead mode is a fallback plan. It is. Okay. Pablo?
How do you get in such an old, maybe unsexy core app with such an old code base? How do you manage to get such a healthy team of contributors going up and speaking to the project?
So Pablo was asking about how it's possible to have such an old and complex code base with an old-fashioned language that's everything but sexy for developers. How can we manage to have a healthy team of contributors and keep getting newcomers to contribute to a C application? One thing is that it's an application that I think it's probably the most used GNOME app, maybe if you discount settings, because it's an app, but it's different. and right now Filers is assumedly an application and just an application. This reduces the scope, which makes it easier to work on it. There are not so many moving parts. So the extra weight we have been dropping along the last 10 years has helped make it a healthy project. And this is proof that it was worth it dropping the extra weight. If people wanted the application to be exactly as it was back then, okay, just don't upgrade. If it's working for you, don't upgrade and use the old one. But this one is maintained, it's evolving, and it's attracting new contributors. Many thanks to Carlos Soriano, who championed the Newcomers project. Carlos Soriano championed the Newcomers project, championed the GitLab with merge requests workflow, even if it's just changing one line of code, but it's something that people will see. And they can point to, oh, this was my contribution. But the main point is getting people used to the GitLab workflow, to our code review process, because it's somewhat different from what people are used to if they don't come from a floss background. And we try to be really welcoming to people and explain the Nautilus channel is lively and you can just come and ask, and there's a lot of people to provide help. And there it is. It's something people use, so people get easily enthusiastic about and sometimes emotional and angry about their file manager. It's something that matters to people.
I think Antonio's been a bit self-deprecating now. You're doing a great job as maintainer. Like, shows.
Thank you. It's not. There it is. Also, onboarding new maintainers is important. That's what Carlos did. Carlos onboarded Ernestas and me already very early in his time as maintainer. And I think I can say I've already done my part too, because I onboarded Corey, and I could just leave the project and everything would keep going. So that's my achievement. That's my most rewarding achievement. Not only the GDK4 port. More questions, complaints? I'm not sure who raised it first.
Okay. Is there any technical limitation to have Nautilus in Flatpak?
In Flatpak? The question whether there are limitations to have Nautilus in Flatpak. Yes, there are. Are they solvable? Probably. We're just overwhelmed with more higher priorities. We have Nautilus in Flatpak for development, dog fooding, for testing purposes, but it's not production ready. It's always with the development stripes, because there is this thing. This is the file manager. It is actually the file system, and even as many holes as you poke in the Flatpak sandbox, you never get the real file system. And that sometimes matters. And that's it. And when you are the file manager, it matters really. We could make a production-ready, safe Flatpak Nautilus if we locked it down to the home directory. That could work. But it would be work. So it's not done, we are doing other things instead. Usually it's an app that is installed by default. So having it distributable in FlatHub, we don't have that incentive because it's installed by default in the distributions that use GNOME. But there are, I could go into technical details, but I think it missed the point of the talk, but we can talk later at the corridor. I think Tobias was first.
Very quick, like, so from Pablo's point of view, like, do you have any tips of
cloning machine, make clones of Carlos Soriano, and I mean, I myself, it could be another talk or a flash talk or something. I myself, Tobias' question was how to replicate this culture of welcoming new contributors and onboarding new maintainers to keep things going. How to spread this healthiness to other projects, to other old projects in GNOME, other old applications that might need the same oomph that Nautilus got. In my case, I lost motivation at some point from contributing to Nautilus. I was just contributing in bug triage. So I was in Bugzilla finding duplicates, helping people debug issues. I was not a developer. But at some point, I was doing that work, hoping that someone would pick the bugs and fix them, but nothing was happening. The application was not being actively developed at the time. And yeah, I distanced myself from there. And what Carlos did right to get me back in is that from time to time I would still go to Bugzilla and leave some comment here and there, and Carlos noticed that I knew a lot about the backlog of Nautilus. I knew what, when, and why, and how, from even before he joined it. So early on, he entrusted me with some trust and gave me some credit. Like before a release, Carlos would ask me what the priority bug fixes should be for this release. And that's something for a maintainer to delegate this kind of tasks. That's something that builds, that binds people to the project. So I'd recommend maintainers to do that, to give trust, to give away trust. Otherwise, they won't bind people in. I would have more questions after we leave the room because we're out of time. Thanks again.